Belfort Bax, another prominent member of the League, has published Ethics of Socialism and other works, which represent the extreme and uncompromising side of the movement. The Commonwealth was the organ of the League. The League and its organ, however, did not survive many years. The year 1884 also saw the beginning of a socialist society of a nature different from the above. This was the Fabian Society, whose members were mostly young men, clever, full of initiative, and little disposed to bow before accepted authority. They are socialists whose aim has been first to educate themselves in the economic, social, and political questions of the time, and then to educate the English people in their views, or, to use their own language, to permeate English society with progressive socialist ideas. The Fabian Essays on Socialism, by 7 of its leading members, published in 1890, a work which has been the chief literary product of the Society, have had a great success. By its popular lectures and discussions, by its tracts and its articles in the monthly reviews, as well as by its activity in the press, the Fabian Society has undoubtedly done much toward the permeation of public opinion with a progressive evolutionary socialism. The tracts, of which there is now a large number, have been always able, generally well informed, and often brilliant. A tract by one of its members on the Workmen's Compensation Act, issued in 1898, had a circulation of 120,000 the first year of its publication. Important works on a large scale have been The History of Trade Unionism and Industrial Democracy by Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Webb. The writings of Mr. G. B. Shaw and of Mr. H. G. Wells have done much to startle men's minds out of the old way of thinking. In 1908 the membership of the Fabian Society had increased to 2,500 in the London Society, and 500 more in local societies. We give its basis in the appendix. The Independent Labour Party, formed in 1893, was an organisation of socialists with a view to political action. It was to a large extent an offshoot from Fabianism in the provinces, and many of its leading members are Fabians. It has kept itself in close touch with trade unions. All sections of recent English socialism have included men of real ability and culture, and the movement has been marked by sincere conviction, generous enthusiasm, and hard work in a great cause. For some years after its rise, in 1883, it had considerable influence in the country. Its mission was to rouse men of all classes out of the individualistic routine which had so long been prevalent. Trade unionists and cooperators were the objects of denunciation not less unsparing than that which they poured upon the middle class. The disturbances in Trafalgar Square in 1887 made no little stir, and the dock strike in London, which was so ably conducted by John Burns in 1889, for a time gave the movement a national importance. It almost seemed at one period as if English public opinion was veering round to socialism. The reaction which was bound to set in was certainly due in part to the vehemence and extravagance of the socialistic orators, and to their want of skill and insight in adapting their theories to the atmosphere of the English mind. It is clear that recent English socialism has been too loyal to Marx. This particularly applies to the Social Democratic Federation, now the Social Democratic Party. But even the Fabian basis has implications which are ultra-revolutionary, and hardly consistent with a peaceful and orderly evolution. At the general election of 1895, the organized socialism in England polled only about 45,000 votes. The mass of the English working men still voted with the old political parties. On the other hand, the trade union congresses, representing over 1 million workers, for several years passed resolutions of a collectivist nature by large majorities, showing that when the man or men appear that know how to give voice and form to the half-articulate or latent socialism of the country, it may have a great future. In 1900 steps were taken towards the political organization of labor on a wider scale than formerly. There was formed a labor representation committee in which trade unions, the Independent Labour Party, the Social Democratic Federation, and the Fabian Society were represented. The Social Democratic Federation retired, however, at the end of the first year. The new committee had been too recently formed to take much part in the general election of 1900. Yet it then returned 2 members, and 2 more at subsequent by-elections. At the general election of 1906 it had a great success, and produced an impression even greater on the national mind. As there was no definite dividing line at the election between socialism and labor on the one hand, or between labor and liberalism on the other, it is impossible to speak precisely as to the results. The committee had 323,000 votes and returned 30 members to the House of Commons. There was also a labor or trade union group, which formed part of the Liberal Party. We may reckon the Labour members at 54, of whom about half were socialists. After the election, the Labour Representation Committee transformed itself into the Labour Party, and very wisely decided not to formulate a programme. The new party had behind it 1 million adherents, of whom 21,000 were members of socialist societies, the rest being trade unionists. Mr. Keir Hardie had taken the leading share in the formation of a Labour Party distinct from the old political parties. In 1908 the trade unions and especially the Miners' Federation, which were represented by the Liberal Labour group, resolved to join the Labour Party, but this decision was not to be operative with regard to sitting members during the existing Parliament. The same year the Labour Party was definitely affiliated to the International. It now represented 1.5 million of adherents. The Labour Party, whose origin we have briefly described, may fairly be regarded as a successful attempt on a worthy scale to form a Labour socialist organisation suited to British conditions. It appears to be commendably free from the excessive Marx influence, but in many important questions it has not thrown off old radical views which are inconsistent with a reasonable and enlightened socialism. What we may call the avowed and organized socialism has made no great headway in the United States of America or in the English colonies. Books like Bellamy's Looking Backward have made a great impression, but in a vague way. Labor questions have, on the other hand, attained to a very high state of development. The struggle between trade unionism and the employers' combinations is carried on with an energy and comprehensiveness which can hardly be equalled in any part of the Old World. Australia has a Labour Party which is well organised and well led and takes a most honourable place in the recently constituted Commonwealth. It even formed the government in 1904, though it did not retain power long. It is, however, most powerful when out of power, as it then holds the balance between the other two parties. The party is to a great degree socialistic in aim and tendency. It was in power again in 1908. During recent years we have seen in America a transformation which is without parallel in the history of the world. Till the middle of the 19th century the United States might be described as an agricultural country, which, apart from Negro slavery, had no division of classes, no poverty, and no social question. It was a highly favored region which to the most energetic and enterprising of the working classes of Europe had for generations been a land of promise. The early settlers had in the main brought from England all that was best and highest in respect of character, belief, and institutions. In particular, for the planting of New England the finest of the wheat was sifted from the most progressive counties of England, and as the area of emigration widened it embraced the best elements in the British Isles and in northwestern Europe, the best endowed and the most progressive in the world. The country they came to live in had resources, and offered opportunities which were almost boundless. In the development of the country from the first settlement of Virginia, there was just enough of difficulty to stimulate and correct the energies of a free people. A marvelous set of new conditions came into operation in the latter half of the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution ran its course with astonishing rapidity and thoroughness, and on a scale absolutely unprecedented. The Republic now has a gigantic machine industry and a vast railway and financial system organized in trusts which are controlled by a few men wealthy beyond example in history, and it has also got a large wage-earning class, the unemployed, poverty and slums. If the Commonwealth has not already become a plutocracy, it appears to be on the downward way to it. If the wage-earning class consisted of fully trained American citizens, the situation would be clearer. It is complicated by the fact that for many years the Republic has received an enormous number of immigrants from the less advanced countries of Eastern and Southern Europe, and has the very difficult task of raising them to its own high standard of citizenship. The general result is that America is confronted with the vast problem, which socialism has undertaken to solve, in its most formidable form. Between a highly organized and gigantic capitalism and a continually increasing labor class which is largely composed of new immigrants, and is only partially organized, a wide gulf is fixed. A growing chasm threatens to divide the Commonwealth in two. This rent is made manifest in the strikes, which degenerate into private war and even into civil war. Socialists maintain that they have been repressed with a severity and brutality known in Russia alone. As yet the organized socialism has made only moderate progress. In 1902, however, a resolution in favor of socialism obtained about half the votes at the Congress of the American Federation of Labor, which numbered over 2 million members. At the presidential election of 1904, the socialist candidate Eugene V. Debs received 408,000 votes. In 1908 he had 500,000 votes. It was widely recognized that the presidential election of 1908 turned on the vote of organized labor. The Republican and Democratic candidates both made special appeal to organized labor and made a special effort to gain its vote. It is obvious that the gigantic growth of the trust system in America has quickened inquiry into the most fundamental questions of industrial and social order. The program of the Knights of Labor was for many years the nearest approach to socialism made by any great labor combination in America. But there can be no doubt now that America contains all the elements which favor the growth of socialism, and especially of the labor organizations which make for socialism. The result of our brief review is that in most countries of Europe the avowed and organized socialism has a formidable and rapidly increasing number of adherents. It is equally clear that socialistic theories have made a wide and deep impression on the opinion of most countries of the civilized world. Socialism has been a standing challenge to the economic theories so long prevalent. It is a protest against the existing social economic order, and as such it has been discussed on every platform, in all journals, and we may venture to say in every private gathering, with some comprehension of its nature and aims. Whatever the issue may be, it is very improbable that reasonable men can ever again regard the competitive system of economics with the same satisfaction as formerly. The mere fact that we can survey and analyze great ideas and institutions with critical objectiveness is a proof that we are looking back upon them, and that we have already so far left them behind in the onward march of progress. In countries where the socialistic theory is accepted in its entirety only by a few, it has nevertheless effected a great change in opinion. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that the orthodox political economy, if it exists anywhere, survives only in old books and in the minds of a diminishing band of doctrinaires. Friends of the existing order would now almost have us believe that the old competitive political economy never existed at all, which at least may be taken as a sufficient proof that its days are numbered. Under these circumstances it is not surprising that we do not at present possess a settled political economy. We may best consider the growing influence of socialistic ideas on current opinion under the following heads. 1. On the theory of the state's relation to labor. The attitude of most governments to the organized socialism is naturally unfriendly, but the accepted view of the relation of the state to the working and suffering classes has marvelously changed in recent years. Whereas not many years ago the policy and principles of government took little account of the masses of the people, it is now a recognized duty of the state to care for them. So complete has the transformation been, that it will soon require a considerable knowledge of history to realize it, for the times when the claims of the lower orders were ignored are already beginning to pass out of the memory of the younger and most active portion of the community. 2. The relation of political economy to socialism. We have already referred to the influence of social problems on the classical political economy of this country. The development of J.S. Mill's economic views from loyal adherence to Ricardo, to a reasonable socialism, cannot be regarded as representative, seeing that he has so entirely outstripped his scholars. In recent important works on economics we see indeed only a moderate recognition of the new influences, but they do not command the assent of the public as formerly, the result being that English political economy remains in a most unsettled, problematical and unsatisfactory condition. Here again Germany leads the way. The socialism of the chair is not to any large extent really socialistic, but it includes among its representatives eminent professors and other economists, who recognize the historical and ethical sides of political economy, who go far in giving labor problems their due place in the treatment of their subject, and who have made most important concessions to the socialistic criticism of the existing society and the prevalent political economy. One of the most notable of living German economists and sociologists, Albert Schaeffel, is more than historical. His great work Bau und Leben des sozialen Körpers is a construction of society from the evolution point of view. In the same work he has even expressed his conviction that the future belongs to the purified socialism, though later utterances make his attitude somewhat doubtful. However that may be, he has brought to the study of social problems a combination of learning, of philosophic insight directed by the best light of his time, and of sympathy inspired by the cause of the poor man, which is not equaled by any living economist. No great living economist has been so powerfully influenced by socialist speculation. 3. The relation of the Christian Church to socialism. It is a most serious mistake to suppose that there can be any real antagonism between the ethical and spiritual teaching of Christianity and the principles of socialism rightly understood. The difficulty is how to reconcile the prevalent competitive system with any reasonable conception of Christian ethics. We can now see that Christianity was a strong assertion of the moral and spiritual forces against the struggle for existence, which had assumed such a hard, cruel, and vicious form in ancient civilization and in the Roman world. The Christian Church did much to soften and then to abolish slavery and serfdom, into which the peoples defeated in the struggle for existence had been forced. A right comprehension of the Christian life and of the spirit and tendency of Christian history should show that the Church should also use its influence against the continuance of the struggle for existence in the competitive system, and in favor of the less fortunate who in the course of that form of struggle have been driven to precarious wage labor as their only means of livelihood. Some of the prominent spokesmen of the Church have clearly seen that the competitive system is not consistent with Christian teaching. As we have already seen, Maurice and Kingsley denounced the Manchester School, started the Christian Socialist movement of 1848, and gave a very considerable impetus to cooperation. The participation of the Catholic Church of Germany in the social question dates from the period of the Lisle agitation. In 1863 Dollinger recommended that the Church should intervene in the movement, and Bishop von Kettler of Mainz lost no time in expressing sympathy with Lisle. In a treatise entitled Die Arbeiterfreiheit das Christentum, 1864, Kettler criticized the liberalism of the Manchester School in substantially the same terms as Lisle, and recommended the voluntary formation of productive associations with capital supplied by the faithful. In 1868 the Catholic Socialism of Germany took a more practical form. It started an organ of its own and began to organize unions for the elevation of the working men. The principles of the movement were with some precision expounded by Canon Maufang in an electoral address at Mainz in 1871, and by the writers in their organ. All agree in condemning the principles of liberalism, especially in its economic aspects, as destructive of society and pernicious to the working man, who, under the pretense of freedom, is exposed to all the precariousness and anarchy of competition and sacrificed to the iron law of wages. Self-help as practiced in the Schuldeletzsch schemes is also considered to be no sure way of deliverance. The general remedy is union on Catholic principles, especially the formation of trade guilds suited to modern exigencies, which some of their leaders would make a compulsory measure enforced by the state. The views of Maufang, which are most definite, may thus be summarized: legal protection for the workers, especially as regards hours of labor, wages, the labor of women and children, sanitation, subventions for workmen's productive associations, lightening of taxes on labor, control of the moneyed and speculating interests. In the organization of unions the success of Catholic socialism has been great, and for several years the Social Democrats made no progress in Catholic districts. The socialist activity of the Protestant Church of Germany dates from 1878. The most important literary product of the movement is a work by Pastor Todt entitled Der radikale deutsche Sozialismus und die christliche Gesellschaft. In this work Todt condemns the economics of liberalism as unchristian, and seeks to show that the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity are entirely scriptural, as are also the socialist demands for the abolition of private property and of the wage system, that the laborer should have the full produce of his labor, and that labor should be associated. The chief leader of the movement was the court preacher Stocker, the head also of the anti-Semitic agitation, which is largely traceable to economic causes. Stocker founded two associations, a Central Union for Social Reform, consisting of members of the middle classes interested in the emancipation of labor, and a Christian Social Working Men's Party. The former has had considerable success, especially among the Lutheran clergy. The movement met with the most strenuous resistance from the Social Democratic Party, and was greatly hampered by the anti-socialist law of 1878. In recent years all the sections of the Christian Church in England have felt the influence of the democratic movement, and have shown a commendable interest in social questions. Among Catholics the most notable representative of this new spirit was Cardinal Manning. The report on socialism made to the Pan-Anglican Conference, which met at Lambeth in 1888, by the committee appointed to deal with the question, was also a remarkable sign of the times. This report accepted what should be regarded as the main aim of socialism, the reunion of capital and labor through the principle of association. Without expressing an opinion on the report, the conference commended it to the consideration of the people. The Christian Social Union, founded in 1889 by members of the Church of England, has done good service. Its aim is to study how to apply the moral truths and principles of Christianity to the social and economic difficulties of the present time. The late Dr. Westcott, Bishop of Durham, took a leading part in founding and guiding it. It is open to conservatives and liberals, socialists and non-socialists, who accept its main aim, as above stated. In a pamphlet on socialism, Dr. Westcott gives one of the best and finest expositions of the principles of the subject which we have read. The sympathetic attitude towards labor shown at the Lambeth Conference of 1888 was maintained also at the conferences of 1897 and 1908. Very noteworthy was the favorable reception given to socialistic expressions of opinion at the Pan-Anglican Congress which preceded the conference of 1908, though it would obviously be a mistake to assume that it meant the acceptance of any definite collectivist economic creed. A like sympathetic feeling has been shown in many nonconformist quarters. Dr. Clifford, so eminent as a nonconformist leader, is a socialist and member of the Fabian Society. For it is needless to speak of the great revolution in current opinion regarding labor, as reflected in the press and in contemporary literature. All is changed since the time when Carlyle and Ruskin lifted up their voices in the wilderness to an unbelieving generation. All that is best, all that is tenable in the teaching of those two great men is comprehended in socialism rightly understood. 5. Nor is it necessary to say anything of the greatest change of all, which has taken place in the opinions and feelings of the masses of working men, who constitute the modern democracy. Few men, however, really understand the new power that has arisen in the growing intelligence of the workers, in the discontent, in the passion for improvement, in the hopes and aspirations which so deeply move them. It has not yet found adequate expression, direction, and organization, but every year it is making fresh advance towards clearness of aim. A main part of the significance of Marx's activity lay in the fact that he strove to give utterance and organization to this vast and growing mass of vague and half-conscious sentiment. In the future we can but hope that it will receive wise and salutary guidance. 1. Protocol of the Party Meeting at Jena, p. 298. Chapter 14 Tendencies towards Socialism. So much may fairly be said regarding the influence of socialistic speculation on the opinion of the civilized world. It must be admitted, however, that as yet the change is mainly in the region of opinion. For in the domain of practice the competitive system, in spite of many very important modifications, still holds the field, and the old political economy, though greatly discredited, still finds its strongest justification in the fact that it is a reasonably accurate analysis of an existing and working system. When asked for any grounds that may be brought forward for believing that the socialistic ideal is becoming a reality, we can only point to symptoms or tendencies, not to definite results on a scale commensurate with the development of modern industry. Yet these tendencies are large, most significant, and visibly increasing. The following are the main lines along which they may be observed. 1. The state, which by a reasonable socialism should be regarded as the association of men on a large scale, and as such should continue to have a most important function. 2. The municipality, or commune, which, notwithstanding certain objections, is the more convenient word, as it includes the parish as well as the municipality, and which should be regarded as the association for local purposes. As everyone knows how greatly the range of state and municipal action for the common good has been extended in recent years, we need not enlarge on this aspect of our subject. But in what we have to say it will be convenient to consider the state and the local body together, as they are really complements of each other. In a well-ordered community there should be no real opposition between the two. Under the conditions which now prevail there can be no nourishing local life except in reasonable relation to an efficient central organ. And the central organ can do its part wisely and effectively only by allowing suitable scope to local energy. No absolute rules can be laid down for the relations of the two to each other, these must be determined by considerations of time and circumstance. But the problem of their opposition under any regime can be a difficulty only for unwise statesmanship. It may not be a new thing in theory, that the state should be an association for the promotion of the common interests of all its members, or that the commune should be an association for the general good of the inhabitants of a locality, but it is practically new. It is only during the last generation that the people who form the majority of every society have received any reasonable consideration from the organs of the state. We have during the last 70 years seen a tardy reversal of the old injustice in our own country, and for some years the movement towards improvement has been growing apace. But our leading statesmen seem even yet to be reluctant or only half willing to advance. The domestic history of recent times is the record of concessions made, not because the leaders of either of our great parties particularly approved of them, but because they were demanded by large sections of voters. In fact, the initiative in legislation has now passed from the statesman to the democracy. We can hardly regard it as the outcome of a reasoned and comprehensive theory of the state when politicians trained in the theory and practice of laissez-faire in 1908 passed an old age pensions bill, which under certain restrictions gave a pension of 5s. a week to persons over 70. The statesmen of Germany have been more consistent, for when they inaugurated their schemes of state socialism they frankly proclaimed their adhesion to its principles. In this they were encouraged by the old law of Prussia, which recognized the duty of the state to provide subsistence for those who could not make a living, and labor for those who were out of employment. The position of the Prussian kingdom has always been such that it required to foster the full strength of the state by all available means, and therefore could not afford to neglect any considerable portion of its population. In his state socialism, therefore, Bismarck could appeal with some show of reason to the traditional policy of Prussia. But it was really a new departure. Its leading principles were announced in an imperial message to the Reichstag on the 17th of November, 1881. Besides the repressive measures necessary to restrain the excesses of the social democracy, the Emperor declared that the healing of social evils was to be sought in positive measures for the good of the working man. The measures proposed were for the insurance of the workman against accident, sickness, old age, and inability to work, by arrangements under state control. The finding of the right ways and means for this state protection of the working man is a difficult task, but also one of the highest duties that concern every society standing on the ethical foundations of the Christian national life. The aged emperor next went on to say that he would look back with greater satisfaction on the successes with which Providence had visibly blessed his reign, if he could bequeath to the fatherland new and lasting pledges of peace at home, and to the needy greater security and larger means for rendering the help to which they had a claim. The message also spoke of organizing the life of the people in the form of cooperative associations under the protection and furtherance of the state, to render possible the solution of problems which the central power alone cannot undertake. The imperial program has now been realized. It may be regarded as the beginning of better things to come. The help provided by its various measures is scanty enough, but no one can reasonably doubt that it is immeasurably superior to our English poor law. So much for state socialism in Germany. To find a democracy which is really government of the people by the people for the people, we must go to our colonies at the antipodes. It is a democracy which both in theory and practice has most fully recognized that the state is an association for the promotion of the well-being of the whole people. New Zealand, one of the youngest of the English colonies, is the finest example of such a state. The state in New Zealand owns and works railways, telegraphs, and telephones. When the Bank of New Zealand was on the point of stopping payment, with the most disastrous results to the country, the government came to its help with a guarantee of £4 million and made it a state institution. It made advances of cheap money to settlers and passed legislation to break up large estates. The laws for the protection of labor are of the most advanced type. It settles labor disputes by compulsory arbitration, and has in operation an old age pension scheme by which persons over 65 years of age receive an annual pension. At first fixed at £18, this has been raised to £26, or 10s. a week. It has introduced women's suffrage, graduated taxation, a complete system of local option in the drink trade, a public system of life insurance and of medical care, and a public trustee with very wide and beneficent powers. All these measures and others which we need not name are the outcome in New Zealand of a great wave of agrarian labour and socialistic feeling which spread over the world about 20 years ago. It has been well described as socialism without dogma. Every measure has been examined and approved on its merits. The policy therefore is all the more valuable as a massive testimony to the beneficent tendency of a reasonable socialism. The conditions have no doubt been exceptionally favorable. New Zealand is a young country with great natural advantages and a small population which has a very high average of intelligence, initiative, and energy. It is an example, however, which should be most encouraging to the world, as it shows what may be done in a true democracy, where the government is in entire sympathy with the people and responsive to their wishes. The high honor of carrying out this model legislation belongs to Richard Seddon and his associates. Seddon was Prime Minister of New Zealand from 1893 to his death in 1906. 3. The Cooperative Society or Association for the Ordinary Purposes of Industry. Cooperation for some time made comparatively little progress in production, but when we consider the low point from which the movement started, only about 60 years ago, and how painfully capital, experience, and skill had to be acquired by the poor workers, we should rather be surprised at the advance that has been made in so many progressive countries. It is only a partial realization of the socialistic ideal, but it is well-founded, solid, and most promising. Its strongest point is that it has arisen directly out of the people and remains in close touch with them. In England, a cooperative society is usually a group of workers who manage distribution with their joint capital in their own interests. The group is entirely democratic, open to everyone, organized on the principle of one man, one vote, and choosing their own committee or executive. The manager is a social functionary. No member can legally hold more than £200 of capital in any society. Production, especially for domestic consumption, has now made very great progress. In 1907 the movement had 1,566 registered societies and 2,434,000 members. By that date the £28 with which the movement started in 1844 had expanded into a capital of £32 million, with an annual turnover of £105 million, and an annual profit of £12 million. It provides for the consumption of 1/5 of the population. The cooperative movement in Great Britain is already an industrial and economic power of no mean order. If it has not solved the social question, it has at least done much to clear the way towards a solution. The movement is also making rapid progress in Germany, Austria, Belgium, France, and Italy, and its greatest successes are in other fields than distribution. In Denmark the cooperative system is one of the brightest features of recent history. More recently a cooperative movement of great promise has begun in Ireland. The cooperative society, therefore, is a self-governing group of workers, which has already made very considerable progress in controlling the economic interests of the laboring class. Not a little disappointment is felt that it has not accomplished greater results, as we believe, without good ground. It might reasonably have been expected that human nature would survive among cooperators, and that the self-regarding principle would continue to be the mainspring of individual action. Better social arrangements can only provide for it a more efficient system of regulation. It is particularly regrettable that cooperative societies have not always had sufficient regard for their employees. There can be little doubt that the contrast between producers and consumers, and between the centralizing and decentralizing tendencies in organization, will long be a difficulty among cooperators, who do not thoroughly understand the new system to which they belong. Yet it should also be said that many of the objections raised by the critics of the movement are really due to the fact that they do not understand its real nature, and imagine that they find old things where really they meet only old names. The noblest embodiment of the cooperative idea is to be found in one of the oldest seats of industry in Western Europe. This is the Vroot Forward Society, which was founded at Ghent in a season of scarcity by Édouard Anzil and a few weavers in 1873. It was started with a capital of 84 francs and 93 centimes, about £3, 8s, at first naturally as a bakery, and has grown till it embraces the economy and life of about 100,000 out of the 165,000 inhabitants of the city. Besides the enormous and splendidly equipped bakeries, it has huge stores and the largest cotton factory in Ghent, with an 8-hour day. It has its own printing works, a daily and weekly press, its own system of life insurance, and old age pensions. It offers to its members at its People's Palace the means of education and of wholesome recreation, and it encourages art. This is a great achievement in a country where church and state, landlord and capitalist, have so long combined to keep the workers in the lowest ignorance and degradation. The Vroot has been a model to similar cooperative enterprises not only in Belgium, but in France, Holland, and Germany. For of all the recent movements for the better ordering of society in England, we believe the cooperative movement to be the most hopeful, because the most thorough and practical, but it is only one of many. During the last half-century we have seen a long succession of efforts, partially successful, towards a new organization of society rendered necessary by the changes due to the Industrial Revolution. In all spheres the watchword of the new era has been freedom, the removal of restraint. But it has been found that positive measures of reconstruction were also necessary. Factory legislation carried in opposition to the prevailing economic theory, trade unions, employers' combinations, industrial partnerships, boards of conciliation, the cooperative system, all these are real, if partial, endeavors towards a new organization of society suited to the new conditions. They are all modifications and limitations imposed on the competitive system, and to them the progress of the last 60 years is largely due. Socialism claims to be the comprehensive scheme of organization which embraces in a complete and consistent unity all these partial efforts. 5. But the most striking feature of recent economic history is the continuation of the movement which began with the Industrial Revolution. Through this process the small producer was superseded by the capitalist, the smaller capitalist by the larger. And now the single capitalist is being absorbed by the company, an increasing proportion of the world's business being so vast that only a great company can provide the requisite capital and organization, whilst in the large companies, in case they cannot drive each other out of the field, there is a marked tendency to bring about a fusion of interests. In all this we see a great constructive process going on as the result of the inherent laws of industrial development. The movement is active in our own country, but it is far surpassed in magnitude and activity by similar phenomena in the United States of America, where it is favored by special circumstances. Under the protective system, the economic development of America has proceeded without being disturbed by the industrial power of England. It is a self-contained and self-sufficing continent with a vast area and enormous natural resources. The people have not such a wide variety of political, social, literary, and artistic interests as have the ruling classes of England, and have therefore been all the more keenly engaged in the exploitation of the new world that lay open to them. Capitalism in America has shown an energy, acuteness, and fertility of resource which even in England are unparalleled. But in the various departments of industry the chiefs have found that competition may be suicidal and mutually destructive, and have therefore seen it expedient to arrange with each other for the regulation of production, of prices and wages. Hence the trusts, or great combinations of capitalists, which now confront American society and the American Republic, and which, as the latest development of capitalism, are well calculated to excite scientific curiosity in every country. The trust system is, however, by no means confined to America. A like organization under the name of cartels or syndicates is, in proportion to the size of the country, almost equally strong in Germany. In forms more or less open and undisguised it is spreading in England, Austria, and other lands. It may be regarded as an inevitable stage in the natural history of capitalism. Thus far have we come through the natural growth of the company. If we consider the nature and development of the company, we shall find that it is not entirely undemocratic. The directors are, in principle at least, elected and removable by the shareholders. And as the shares are open for purchase by anyone, a porter may be a shareholder in the railway company of which he is a servant, with, so far, a voice in the management. But in point of fact the companies are owned and controlled by the capitalist classes, and are a development of capitalism. The directors are usually large capitalists. Their main aim is to produce dividends. The relation of the management to the employees cannot have much of a kindly, human, and personal element. On the other hand, the development of the company in a large degree means that the real administration of the economic movement is passing out of the hands of the owner of capital as such. The companies are for the most part managed by paid officials, who may or may not have a substantial holding in the capital. That is, the capitalists do not really manage the companies in which their capital is embarked. The manager, with a staff of paid officials, has become the pivot of the industrial movement. Generally speaking, the large company is more amenable to social regulation than a variety of small enterprises. And now we see that the natural development of the company has prepared the whole organization necessary for its complete transference to social ownership and control, if such a step were deemed advisable. A great railway or system of water supply can be transferred to state or municipal control without any particular change in the organization by which it is worked. In fact, capitalism has prepared or is preparing the mechanism by which it may be superseded. It has done its work so thoroughly that it has been rendering even itself superfluous. We need not add that preparatory steps towards the transformation of the company may also be seen in the spread of the principle of industrial partnerships or profit sharing. In America, where the industrial development is more recent, the founders of the great corporations still to a large degree continue to control them. Yet we can see how the constructive talent they have so marvelously shown has paved the way for social control when the time may come for it. 6. But the greatest force in the social evolution of the present time consists of the human beings who are most directly interested in it, the modern democracy. This democracy is marked by a combination of characteristics which are new to history. It is being educated and enlightened in the school and by the cheap press. It is being drilled and organized in large factories, in the national armies, by vast popular demonstrations, in the gigantic electoral struggles of the time. Thus it is becoming conscious of its enormous power, and able to make use of it. It is becoming conscious also of its unsatisfactory social and economic position. The democracy which is growing to be the master force of the civilized world is still for the most part economically a proletariat dependent on precarious wage labor. While they are resolved to proceed with the consummation of the political change which is involved in the establishment of democracy, their goal is an economic transformation. But the inevitable process of concentration of industrial operations already referred to is entirely against the continuance or restoration of the small producer, whether workman or peasant proprietor. Such efforts of continuance or restoration are reactionary, they are economically unsound and must fail. The economic transformation must be sought in the application of the principle of association to the large industry. 7. We are thus brought to the conclusion that the competitive system, with precarious wage labor as the lot of the vast majority of the people, is not a suitable and adequate form for the social development of the future. The competitive system has led to great strikes, which have been the cause of widespread misery, almost as grievous as the suffering endured during the worst campaigns under the old style of warfare. It has led to great commercial and industrial crises, which have scattered over the civilized world panic and ruin, followed by long-continued stagnation and depression. Thus anarchy, waste, and starvation have been its too frequent attendants, while the normal position of the workman under it has been precarious and unworthy of free, enlightened men. England has had less reason than most countries to regret the prevalence of competition, for her industrial supremacy has generally left her victor in the struggle, and she has hitherto looked forward to widening markets as the solution of her economic troubles. But the rapid development of Germany and America may teach us that our industrial position is not so secure against assault as it used to be, and that we may in future suffer the bitter experience of the vanquished, which we have so long inflicted on others. And we may thus learn that reason and law should control industry and commerce as well as other spheres of human activity. In America, the development of the trust system is only another proof of the inadequacy of the competitive system. The supporters of the trusts maintain with very good show of reason that unregulated competition is harmful and may be ruinous to all concerned, and that they can maintain fair prices, pay fair wages, and secure a fair return to capital only by mutual arrangement among the producers. But the system obviously involves the serious objection that the great industrial chiefs who organize and direct the trusts are thereby constituted supreme judges of their own interests and of the economic interests of the whole American people, that such combinations form a huge monopoly in so many of the leading articles of consumption, and establish an economic, social, and political power which may be a danger to American society. In short, we are driven to the result that while competition has been hurtful or ruinous to those engaged in it, the now prevailing system of regulation by capitalism in its own interests is a serious danger to the whole people. There is only one right way out of such a dilemma. A return to the competitive method is neither possible nor desirable. Monopoly is incompatible with freedom. The only course for peoples who desire to be free is to adopt some form of social ownership and control. This appears to be the lesson taught us by the development of the trusts. 8. The success of socialism greatly depends on the realization of the two ideals, which may be regarded as the main pillars of the theory, when applied to practice. These are, a. the normal working day, the general reduction of the working day to 8 hours in the immediate future, and eventually to a shorter time. Such a desirable change would be better accomplished by voluntary agreement under the pressure of public opinion than by legislation, but it would be better made by legislation than by the cruel and clumsy method of strikes. B. A remuneration which will ensure a suitable standard of living, in other words, the means of a normal development. A reasonable standard of living, the competent means of a normal development have been determined by science and are no longer a matter of utopian guesswork. A fairly definite measure of fresh air, food, clothing, house comfort, recreation, and of satisfaction for the affections associated with wife and children constitute the rational needs of the average man. This is the moral and scientific basis of a rational system of distribution. The competitive wage determined by the iron law of wages of the older economists should be superseded by a remuneration embodying this principle. It is the daily bread of the Lord's Prayer as definable by modern science. The effect of the socialistic theory on these points is to remove two vital interests of man from the range of competition, and to place them on an ethical and scientific basis under social control. Insofar as the working day of the employees of government, municipalities, cooperative societies, companies, and private firms approximates to 8 hours, insofar as the wage paid by them secures to the workers a fit and reasonable standard of living, insofar is the socialistic ideal realized. Everyone conversant with the history of the last 60 years knows how vast an improvement has been made in both respects. We have thus reviewed the great social and economic movements of our time. How shall we interpret them? There are two main tendencies, one towards control of the economic processes by the people in state, municipality, and cooperative society, the other towards the consolidation of capitalism in trusts. In both we see plan, constructive and organizing intelligence, the limitation of the anarchy of competition. But while the former makes for the public good, the latter is subservient to overgrown wealth. The portentous growth of the trusts is indeed an object lesson to the world. It proves that socialism is not an idle question, nor is it utopian or revolutionary merely. It is a question forced upon the present generation by the most gigantic industrial movement of recent times. All good citizens, all friends of righteousness and of progress, all inquirers worthy of the name, are under an imperative obligation to understand the true inwardness of the subject. In considering the question of the practicability of a rational socialism, let us remember that it only proposes to accomplish on a wider scale and for a more enlightened time a task analogous to that undertaken by the guilds for the medieval world. The guild was an organization for the promotion of the common interests of the workers at a time when law and order were not sufficiently established by strong central governments, and when the present distinction between laborer and capitalist had not declared itself. It was a fairly equitable organization of an industry which was local and associated with city life, and which worked with a very limited and undeveloped technique. Socialism proposes an equitable organization of industry for the modern world with its enormous mechanical development and large industry, under a democracy guided by science and professing allegiance to the highest moral ideals. Chapter 15 The prevalent socialism. In the Effort program we have seen that the task of the social democracy is to give form and unity to the struggle of the working class, and to point out its natural and necessary goal. This goal is the transformation of private property in the means of production into collective property. But the change will be accomplished not in the interest of a class but of the entire human race. The Effort program has been followed by others of a like nature in Belgium, Austria, France, and elsewhere. It may be regarded as the aim of the social democracy of all countries to obtain possession of political power in order to make the economic transformation which we have indicated. A like aim has been set forth in the resolutions passed at international congresses. In a previous chapter we have seen that international congresses were held at Paris in 1889, at Brussels in 1891, at Zurich in 1893, and at London in 1896. These were followed by congresses, at Paris for a second time in 1900, at Amsterdam in 1904, and at Stuttgart in 1907. The disorders which prevailed at the Congresses of Brussels and London led to the adoption of measures for the better ordering of business and for the better organization of the Congresses, destined to become the Parliament of the proletariat. We shall now give a brief statement of the new measures, which date in a general way from the Paris Congress of 1900. As to terms of admission, all associations are admitted which adhere to the essential principles of socialism, socialization of the means of production and exchange, international union and action of the workers, socialist conquest of political power by the proletariat organized as a class party. Also all the trade organizations which place themselves on the basis of the class struggle and recognize the necessity of political action, legislative and parliamentary. Anarchists are therefore excluded. An international socialist bureau having its seat at Brussels has been established. It consists of 2 delegates from each country and has a permanent secretary. Among other functions, the Bureau and its secretary have to organize the international congresses and to arrange the order of business at them. At former congresses much time was spent in hearing verbal reports, in French, English, and German, of the progress of socialism in the various countries. The Bureau now invites and receives from the various national bodies reports, which are printed and laid before the Congress. These reports form a most valuable storehouse of information with regard to the development of socialism throughout the world. The result of those measures was manifest at the Stuttgart Congress, where the business proceeded with dispatch and in comparative order. Delegates to the number of 886 were assembled from 26 nationalities, and discussed matters of importance relating to the international social movement. The revival of the International could be regarded as an accomplished fact. But it was a revival in a new form and under conditions which had undergone a marvelous change. The old International has been compared by Van der Velde to a brilliant general staff without an army. In many countries the socialist cause had hardly begun to move. In no country had it attained to any real strength. Now socialism had powerful and well-organized parties in most of the leading countries of Europe, and it counted its adherents by millions. The Bureau at Brussels does not perform the functions of the General Council of the old International. It has no commanding mind and will, like that of Karl Marx, to supply initiative and energy. It serves as a connecting link between the national parties. It tends to coordinate theories, tactics, and action. But the vitality and moving force of the new International are found in the different national groups. We may say, then, that the new International only in a limited measure realizes the thought of Marx. The idea of using political power as an instrument of social amelioration originated with the Chartists and L. Blanc. Marx in the Communist Manifesto first made it international and revolutionary, and he claimed also to have made it scientific. It was scientific in so far as it was a reasoned and comprehensive expression of real forces. In the International as we now have it, we may perceive an organization of the real forces which Marx had the insight to foresee and enjoin. A long series of resolutions have been passed by the various congresses which have met since 1889. If we take those resolutions along with the elaborate programs that have been formulated by the various national parties, and of which the Erfurt program may be regarded as the type, we have a set of documents which may undoubtedly be considered official and authoritative. Both resolutions and programs are the result of a long labor of thought and debate by their best minds. They agree generally in their exposition of principles and tactics. We may, therefore, have no doubt that they contain a reliable statement of the prevalent socialism. We give an abstract of the most important points on which socialists of all lands agree. 1. The goal of the whole movement is an economic revolution or transformation, the transference to society of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. 2. The conquest of political power by the organized action of the working class of all lands is the chief means towards this great end. 3. The great task of the socialist parties at present is education, agitation, and organization in the widest sense, with a view to the physical and moral regeneration of the working class, so as to fit it for its great mission. To rouse the class consciousness of the workers, to increase their capacity and efficiency for the class struggle, is the daily task of international socialism. 4. The struggle for equal and direct universal suffrage, for the popular initiative and referendum, is an important phase of the political struggle, and is fitted to have a good influence on the political education of the workers. 5. The more purely political struggle of the socialist parties should go hand in hand with the more purely economic struggle of the trade unions. 6. The right of association, of combination, of free meeting, of free speech, and of a free press, is an essential part of the workers' claim of rights. 7. The demonstration of the 1st of May is specially recommended in all countries as a means of securing an 8 hours working day. The 8 hours day is most desirable for improving the family life, the education, the health, energy, intelligence, and morality of the working class. 8. But the 8 hours day is only the most urgent part of a large system of protective legislation in favor of the working class. Besides an 8 hours day for adults, they demand special legislation for children, young people, and women, proper rest for all ages, restriction of night work, abolition of the sweating system, effective inspection of factories, shops, and of domestic labor, as well as of agriculture. 9. They are very strongly opposed to militarism, which they consider due not so much to national or political differences, as to the struggle of the capitalist classes for new markets. They believe that war will end only with the ending of capitalism. The present standing armies are the instruments of the ruling and exploiting class, and should be abolished. Their place should be taken by a citizen army or the armed nation, that is, the entire able-bodied manhood of the people should be trained and equipped on a democratic basis, like the Swiss army. The socialist parties of the various countries are recommended to vote against expenditure for existing army and navy. 10. the majority at Congresses has without reserve condemned the colonial system as being merely an extension of the field of exploitation of the capitalist class. But this majority has consisted mainly of nations that have little knowledge of colonies and little interest in them. It has ignored the colonial system of England, which has so largely consisted in the development of self-governing communities, and it has also ignored or misunderstood the beneficent work of England in establishing conditions of peace, order, and progress in India. The colonial system as understood by the majority simply means the exploitation of native and colored races for the profit of the capitalist class. A large minority, while condemning the present colonial policy, think that it might be made beneficial. The goal of the whole movement is collectivism, but little or nothing is said as to the forms it will take or how it will be realized. That task is left to the future. On the other hand, much is said of the means by which political power may be gained. Among these we should observe that the 2 points which are most essential, and may be regarded as the key of the whole position, are universal suffrage and the right of combination, the former being necessary for the purely political development of socialism, the latter for the development of labor in trade unions. For these 2 rights socialism and labor are prepared to put forth the greatest efforts and to make the greatest sacrifices. For them the orderly and well-disciplined social democracy of Germany is ready to adopt in the last resort the drastic measure of the general strike. 1. Demonstrations in favor of universal suffrage have been frequent events during recent years in many European countries. The Russian Socialist Revolutionary Party has declared itself ready to accept as a field of agitation a constituent assembly elected on a thoroughly democratic basis and embodying the sovereign will of the people. The rights of the trade union have quite recently been a supreme interest to the Labour Party in Great Britain. And in America the use of the injunctions to hinder the development of labor combinations has been a chief grievance among the workmen. This grievance took a foremost place in the discussion of matters which went to form the platforms of candidates at the presidential election of 1908. Universal suffrage and the right of combination, with all that these 2 great rights involve, may be regarded as the central points in the present tactics and policy of international socialism. The other points in the above statement may here be left to speak for themselves. But if we note that the most deeply resented grievance of the workmen is the use of the police and the military by the executives of various countries to repress agitation, we shall the better understand many incidents of recent history in Italy, Russia, and even America. It will be seen that the task which lies before the social democracy is a vast one. As yet even the political part of it is only to a small extent realized. At present the working class, though forming the vast majority of the people, has no corresponding representation in legislatures or influence in government. In England the ruling class has long been, and still is, an aristocracy, slowly changing in the course of generations into a plutocracy which has the wisdom to yield to the ever-growing pressure of democracy. France is now nearer to a real democracy than any other great European state. In Germany the executive depends on the emperor, but his chancellor has to find a majority for legislation and for the budgets in the Reichstag, which is elected by universal suffrage with an antiquated distribution of seats. The German executive is really a bureaucracy with the emperor as chief. Government in Austria and Russia is also a bureaucracy of which the emperor is the head. In Italy the democracy is slowly growing. It has very little real influence in Spain. If the American people do not exert themselves very effectively in the immediate future, the republic seems destined to be a plutocracy. A power which appears to be incompatible with a real commonwealth has arisen in a marvelously short time. The oil industry in America goes back only to 1859. Mr. J. D. Rockefeller entered the trade in 1865. It was organized by him and his associates into the Standard Oil Company, and the company has been the type of further organization, has provided the men, the methods, and the capital, by which other great industries have been transformed. That is to say, Mr. J. D. Rockefeller and the men trained in his methods have gained control of railways, of finance and insurance, and even of the basic industries of steel and coal. The process has naturally gained enormously in momentum as it has gone on. The capital accumulated, and still more the capital controlled by the trusts, the interests they have absorbed or brought within their orbit are gigantic, and continually increasing. Even the American Senate is declared to be in their pay. Most evil of all symptoms, when an eminent American senator, Mr. Tillman, lately undertook to speak for his order, a main point in his defense was, that the House of Representatives was worse than the Senate. Thus we see the industrial and economic power, which is also the money power, subordinating to itself the political, and, indeed, threatening all that is articulate and organic in the American people. In 1908, at the Chicago Convention, Senator Lodge went to the heart of the matter. It is the huge size of private fortunes and the vast extent of the power of modern combinations of capital which have brought upon us in these later years problems portentous in their possibilities, and threatening not only our social and political welfare, but even our personal freedom if they are not boldly met and wisely solved. Warnings have been given by some observers, including the present writer, that such a condition of thing coming.